Egg and friends, yo, what's going on? Quarter, hey, what's up? Mr. Monday People says, stop the Bluey stuff. Stop it! Stop the Bluey stuff right now. Well, Mr. Monday, look, I wish I could, but who else is gonna pay me? Are you gonna pay me? Are you gonna pay me $100 to make only Star Wars things? No Bluey things? Are you gonna pay me? Because right now, Lerdman Alkeener's been paying me, so I don't know what to tell you. Look, I'm trying to do this full time. If I'm gonna do this full time, then I guess that means I gotta go, to some degree, I gotta go where the money's at. So if you're not gonna pay me, then what do you want me to do? Comicross is here. Mace Windu, Elroy, and Reef Ailing. What's going on? Mace Windu says, Mr. Monday or Kiadi Mundi? Kiadi Mundi. Reef Ailing says, what did Ariana Grande say? I told you, I haven't been able to ask her yet. I told her she's busy. Mace Windu says, good, Yoda cooked on some balls. Cooked on some balls. Comicross says, we're doing more Bluey. Did Lerdman pay for more? Yeah, kind of. My two biggest donors, Super Count Dooku and Lerdman, said they wanted to see Bluey versus Count Dooku, so you can blame them. Look, even Super Count Dooku started to get in on it. It is what it is. It is what it is. Flashbang. Lerdman Alkeener says, no need to blame us. But it is their fault. Lerdman, how you doing? He says, finally Mace Windu is here. Now he can take control over the council. The council, Yoda says, I am the council. Not yet. In the name of the council, I am the council. Not yet. What is this? Reef Ailing says, Ariana Grande, I actually made her on Lego Star Wars The Force Awakens on my PlayStation 3. Really? Little Dragon Kaiju fan says, long have I waited. Play Sonic Mania. Sonic Mania? I don't know anything about that. Other than it's a Sonic game, obviously. Obviously. Mace Windu says, I'm gonna rule the galaxy with my new window cleaning empire. Ooh. The windows are gonna be so clean, it'll be like they're not even there at all. Reef Ailing says, Baby Banthus. Baby Banthus. Little Dragon Kaiju fan says the soundtrack is Donkey Kong Country soundtrack. ITZ Jornado. Yo, what's going on? Alex Cross says, by the way, the kids love the Bluey videos. Well, maybe that's the future. The future of the channel. Bluey videos. You know, in 10 years, no, probably in 5 years. In 5 years, they'll have a live-action Bluey movie. And they'll have a live-action Peppa Pig. You have to get with it. You have to get with the times. The future is Bluey. Little Dragon Kaiju fan says, Jar Jar Studios, play Sonic Mania soundtrack. Well, I have to download it first, which I'll do some other time. Not right now. Comic Cross says the soundtrack is really good. You should play Cuphead music though. Can I do that? Is YouTube gonna be okay with me playing Cuphead music? Lordman Alkeener says, one day Bluey videos will scroll to the 1 million views with Jar Jar Studios Bluey content. Yeah. Ayla Secura says, Donald Trump becomes CEO of Disney first. Thing he says, Kathleen Kennedy. He says, Kathleen Kennedy, I invited you here today to say, you're fired, Kathleen Kennedy. Dang. Really? He's gonna fire her? I can't believe it. That would be crazy. I invited you here to say, you're fired. How do you like that? Ayla no, I read that. Django Fett Clone's here. Yo, what's going on, Django Fett Clone? He says, then he'd actually be liked. Who'd actually be liked? Comic says, I think you can play Cuphead music, but I would look it up first. Mace Windu says, Ayla, are you here too? Yes, Ayla Secura is here. What do you guys think of the newest Papa Palpatine episode? The newest podcast episode with Papa Palpatine. Lerdman says, Jar Jar Studios, you want look on more cat content? Check the video Attack on Cats Omnibus. Attack on Cats Omnibus. Sounds interesting. Evan Hayes says, we're watching Jar Jar edit. Yes, that is why you are here. But, I mean, you can also just chat with people as well. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi is here. He says, I have returned from my trip in order to watch Jar Jar more often. Tomacross says, Lerdman Alkeener, I looked at the first parts of the video, it's pretty good so far. Wait, what video? Lerdman says, all 4 Jedi is here, now there is too much of them. Mr. Monday says, now, ladies, get your refreshments, you should, a massage from Yoda. Lerdman says, yes, Jar Jar Studios must show Attack on Cats Omnibus on stream for at least 40 seconds or less. Must I? 40 seconds or less? No new members, no new chat, no new members, no super chats, and you want me to just look up videos. That's how this works now? Nobody donates anymore? They just demand things. They just demand. We want you to do things. I've been spoiled. Lerdman spoiled me. Cadmus says, hello, another day, another stream with Jar Jar Studios, a good day assured. Hey, how's it going, Cadmus? How you doing? Is this what you're talking about? Is this it right here?
Huh?
Cats. Oh, look, cats. Aw, cute cats. There's too much copyrighted music in there. Cadmus says, doing decent, you sound less sick. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better than I was before. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says, Episode 2, Attack of the Cats. ENGR, what's going on? Core says, cats are so good for explaining the political climate. Are they? Cats? Nathan Outdoors says, hey, Jar Jar, did you hear? Good news for Halo TV show has been cancelled. Is that good news? It would have been nice if they just made a good Halo TV show. How about that? Is that too much to ask? Can they just make a good Halo TV show? What? Instead of canceling the Halo TV show, people wanted a Halo TV show. They wanted a Halo TV show. It doesn't need to be canceled. Just make it good. Is it so much to ask? Just make a good Halo TV show. It's bullshit. It's not good news. Cancelled. Is that good news? Now retarded TV executives are like, hey, obviously nobody wants to see a Halo TV show because they're stupid. Come on. Come on. Wrong. Anyway. I'm sorry. You have no idea how loud it is when you yell. I'm sorry. I should have turned the mic down. I don't have one of those mics that are so crappy they explode when I'm sorry. Mace Windu says, Jar Jar, I borrowed a shorts from you. That's fine. Which one did you borrow? Kamacross says, "Is that your lightsaber?" Oh yeah, that does look kind of like a lightsaber. Cadmus Bane says, "So loud and angry, even my neighbor started doing their room." I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Cadmus. I'm sorry. They started doing their room? What do you mean? Ayla Sakura says, "Here is a great idea. Power Rangers versus Palpatine." Well, I haven't watched the Power Rangers at all, ever. If someone wanted me to make a Power Rangers video versus Palpatine, well, that would cost... that I would demand the same price for that as I did for the Bluey video. In fact, maybe probably even more. I never liked Power Rangers, so for things I don't like, you gotta pay more. You gotta pay more for things I don't like. I'll do it, and if you pay me money, I'll do it and I'll like it. You want me to make a Power Rangers versus Palpatine? I could do that, but it's gonna cost you. It's gonna cost you. Mr. Monday says, "Guys, I found the rare footage of Jar Jar on my channel. Not trying to get subs. Actually footage. Oh, rare footage of Jar Jar. Yes." Nathan Outdoors says, "Power Rangers was a good show for kids." Was it? Power Rangers vs. Bluey. Now there's a $300 video. Power Rangers vs. Bluey. Yes. Although I have to admit, Bluey is growing on me, so I think actually the price of Bluey videos may go down. It may go down. As I continue to make Bluey videos and I get more Bluey assets, I think the price of Bluey videos is going to go down. Django Fett. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta go back. Cadmus says, "Remember, it has to be Star Wars related. Star Wars-E." Yes. Django Fett Cologne says, "You hear that, Lerdman?" Nightwing 369 says, "Which music do you have in the background of this live stream?" It is Donkey Kong Country 2 soundtrack. Darth Plagueis says, "Imagine Bluey vs. Bingo Mustafar style." Ooh. You underestimate my power, Bingo. Don't try it.
You're gonna you killed it too.
Evan Hayes says live stream of editing? Question mark? Yep, that's what it is. Mace Windu says Jar Jar Studios make more Mace Windu stuff. I do want to do that. Alex Cross sends $92. Thank you very much, Alex Cross. He says, do what you do, Jar Jar. I demand nothing. That is the best kind of super chat. I figure your content provides more entertainment than Ubisoft's Outlaws could ever dream to. By the way, I enjoyed The Hutt's A Star Wars film. Its imaginative use of AI-generated fan content. Well, thank you very much, Alex Cross. I appreciate it very much. It is donations like yours that help to keep Jar Jar Studios Plus going. Yeah, if you like the Hutts, I could probably make you a Hutt video. I've been wanting to make a video with Mama Hutt for a while. Maybe a few Zero the Hutt videos, since he's one of the most annoying Star Wars characters in all the galaxy. I figured his character might be worth taking out of the Clone Wars and editing into something. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate it. Darth Plagueis is here. Refailing says, my notification tone on my phone is Anakin Skywalker saying, this is where the fun begins. Yo Mama Roach says, Jar Jar Studios has a level 5 Giat. Well, it is a pretty nice one, actually. I remember when I used to work at a restaurant, and there was this one waitress that was working there, and I was bending over to pick up a bus tub, and she said, "Bro," she said it just like this. She said, "Bro, you are caked up," and I was like, "Yeah, I guess I am." Yeah, I guess so. But anyway, that's what she had to say. So. Kane says, sorry, you want to make a video with Mama the Hutt? Yeah, I've been thinking about it. It's a good memeable character, so I figured I should probably make one. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says, a Sith Lord? Yes, the one we've been looking for. Mr. Monday says, doing a basement tour tomorrow. If you don't know what it is, ask Django. If I don't know what a basement tour is, well, I mean, if it's exactly what you say it is, then I think it's just a basement tour. You know? Django, Cadmus Bane says, not the Ariana Grande simp again. Yes, the Ariana Grande simp. For some reason, Reef Ailing is going nuts over Ariana Grande. Now, I would figure this is probably not the best place to do that. I mean, this is not an Ariana Grande channel. Maybe we could do Ariana Grande versus Palpatine, but I'm not aware of any Ariana Grande green screens that I could even use to make something like that, so I don't even think that'd be possible.
You're gonna back off the Jedi, you kill the Jedi.
Perfect. Look at that. Empty template. Mute. No, it's already muted. Ariana Grande Studios Plus. Alex Cross says, Papa Palp's podcast, another fine addition. Thank you. Who do you think I should put on next? Honestly, I was thinking, now that you've mentioned the Hutts, maybe Jabba the Hutt should be the next guest on the Papa Palps podcast. Darth Plagueis says, editing in progress. I see. Yeah, the first thing I'm gonna do with this video is I'm going to make I'm going to edit the empty template first, and I'll probably make a Anakin and Obi-Wan versus Count Dooku, except Anakin and Obi-Wan aren't there video. I'll probably do that. And that'll be the first thing I'll do. And then after that, I'm gonna go into the video that Super Count Dooku and Lerdman Alkiner requested, which is they want to see Bluey versus Count Dooku. So first I have to edit Anakin and Obi-Wan out of this scene entirely. And once that's done, then the next phase begins. We'll take them together. You going slowly on the left. We'll take him together. You going slowly on the left. No, I'm taking him now! No, Anakin, no! Don't do it! Gets electrocuted. By the way, have any of you seen the Joker video yet? I made a Joker video, and it didn't really get that many views, but I thought it was pretty good. Alex Cross says Dooku versus Bluey and Bingo. Yeah, that was what I thought of like earlier today. I was like, I should probably add Bingo in as well and have Bluey versus Bluey and Bingo run in, and then Count Dooku turns around, and Bingo runs at Dooku, and then she gets zapped and thrown to the side. Nathan Outdoor says, can Jabba Mother be on the podcast? Yeah. She could. I think that will probably be what I'll do. For today's podcast, today's Pop-Up Helps podcast is in the barn. You may be wondering why. Well, it's because Mama Hut couldn't fit in the studio. So we decided that we are going to meet her where she's at. So, Mama Hut, tell us about your son Zero. My son Zero, he did nothing wrong. My son Zero, he did nothing wrong. Sure, he was caught smuggling spice throughout the galaxy, but he's a good boy. He would never hurt a fly. Thank you, Mama Hut. If you say otherwise, I'll bite your head off. I'll bite your head off. We were talking about slugs the other day. Apparently, slugs are hermaphrodites. So, you know, I thought about this when I was watching Clone Wars. I was like, why does Mama the Hutt sound like a male? And then I thought about it, and I was like, well, if slugs are hermaphrodites and the Hutts are slugs, well then Mama Hut is probably actually like Daddy Hut and Mama Hut at the same time. So, only possible with slugs. Lerdman Alkeener says, cool, more $92. Yes. Yes, Lerdman. Alex Cross, in his generosity, gave me $92, and he said, I have no demands. No demands! I like that. That's the best kind of super chat. No demands. Just an appreciation. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says, Daddy Hut sounds so wrong. Well, it probably is Daddy Hut. Probably, Mama Hut is probably Daddy Hut. I think he is a she, and I think she is a changealone. Lerdman Alkino says, impossible. Yes, possible. Alex Cross says, then what does that say about Yoda adding slugs to his pizza? Well, Yoda is a... Yoda thinks Hutts are delicious, I guess. Add slugs and worms to mine. Maybe Yoda has a vendetta against the Hutts. There it is. Look at that. Anakin and Obi-Wan. Gone! Gone from the scene. Poof! Alright. Nathan on Thor says Jabba was actually a mom because he gave birth to Stinky or whatever baby Grata the Hutt. Yeah, Jabba the dad, Jabba the mom, Jabba the mom. Thirdman Alkeener says, well, now Alex Cross can get mod for free. Well, yeah, if he wants to be a mod. Not everyone wants to be a mod, but if he wants to, I'll give him mod for sure. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says, just like the relationships with your 4 wives that cheated. Oh, he's talking to Kiadi Mundi. I thought he had more than 4 wives. This part's gonna be harder. I have to remove Anakin from this scene. Hopefully we can do this. Alright. Back to the chat. Nerdman says, Obi-Wan Kenobi with high ground. You know what is really unfair? 1,000 Norwegian kronks must be $100, not $92. You would think, but I guess Norwegian kronks are just different that way. The Rusty Nail X says, Bluey's the best. Yeah, that's right. So I've heard. That's what I've been told. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says, but I do have a hologram of your son sneaking out and stealing your armor, Mr. Django. Really? I doubt he would do that. Django Fatcone says, I was thinking of that joke, but I didn't think you'd do it. Rusty Nail X says have some cheese and jam. That's what I should have had some cheese and jam today. I didn't actually have that today, but I should have. Django Fat Clone says, oh, never mind, I read that. Core says, I finished uploading that game soundtrack I mentioned, no copyright issues. I'll check it out. I will, let's see, we will open it up. Brave Dwarves 2, full soundtrack. Horror. I've never heard of this game, I don't think. I like it. Cadmus Bane says, I have a sleeping orange beast on top of me while watching the stream. I need to pee so bad, but I don't want to get bitten again. Nice.
By the way, membership to Jar Jar Studios Plus is only $1.99. I have a sleeping orange beast on top of me while watching the stream. I need to pee so bad, but I don't want to get bitten again.
I like this one. This is good. I will download this one. Lerdman says, where you built your own house with dwarves and on the night you get attacked by monsters? Interesting. Like I said, I've never heard the game, but heard of the game. Low resolution. Cadmus Bane says, no, he's trying to make my voice. I haven't made it yet. So far, I just have a Plo Koon voice, but I will make a Cad... I am gonna make a Cad Bane voice eventually. Because I want to make a Cad Bane podcast episode as well. Cad Bane's got such a chill voice. Darth Plagueis says, imagine a podcast with Bluey. Well, the thing is, with Papa Palp's podcast, I really only want to bring in Star Wars characters. I mean, if someone paid me money, I could add him too, but I mean, overall, I don't really want to do that. I don't really want to do that, because it's obviously a Star Wars podcast for Star Wars characters, so... TGS Edit says, save new Star Wars X. Ask Jar Jar Studios. Check mark. Ding. Yes. I agree. Alex Cross says, anyone know where I can get some tasty calamari?
The Mon Calamari planet, also known as Mon Cala or Dak, is an outer rim world, nearly completely covered with water. The surface features small marshy islands and enormous floating cities. This aquatic planet is home to over 27 billion inhabitants, comprising the peace-loving Mon Calamari and the cautious Quarren.
That's probably the best place to look for Mon Calamari. Comic Cross says, why is $92 the usual amount? I don't know, because Lerdman Alkeener started the trend, and I guess other people are now just, Alex Cross is just grabbing onto it. That's the trend, $92. You want a video with your favorite character? $92. Darth Caleb YouTube says, 10/10. Best film of the year. Oh, Deadpool and Wolverine. Don't spoil it. Hey, don't spoil it. I'm thinking I might go see it with my younger brother, maybe. Lerdman says, so you can steal my mother before she can even born me? I doubt that's... I think that's actually impossible. Django Fatclone says, the peace-loving Mon Calamari. Looking pretty good so far, I think. If I can remove Anakin entirely from this scene, that would be perfect. As a template, I will be able to add almost any character I want to in place, getting electrocuted by Count Dooku. Darth Caleb says, I spoiled it to my sister who wouldn't answer my phone calls and didn't talk to last week. She also made the mistake of telling me she goes to see it tomorrow. If you don't play nice with me, I don't play nice with you. Dang. That's pretty rough. Darth Caleb TV. Why would you do that to her? What did she do? She didn't like poop in your bed or anything, did she? Rusty Nail says, what if Bluey was a Home Alone character? Home Alone with Bluey? Alex Cross says, you're helping her build... talking about Darth Caleb YouTube. I hopped on my phone and told her the major plot points and the special characters that appear. How nice of you. Mr. Monday says, Leslie owns Star Wars in the future. Jar Jar Plus will become Bluey Studios. R2 will die and Obi-Wan will become a furry. I think the only prediction that you made there that might come true is Jar Jar Studios Plus becoming Bluey Studios Plus. At this point. At this current rate, that's the only thing. Erdman says, is there even any game in Star Wars where it's possible to play Ki-Adi Mundi? Yeah, the original, I think the first Battlefront, and also the original Battlefront 2. I'm pretty sure you can play Ki-Adi Mundi in both of those. If I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong though, because I've never played the original Battlefront 2. I've only ever played I forgot what it's called, the Celebration Edition or whatever. That's the only one I have. The Rusty Nail X says Bluey and the Filthy Souls Mafia guy. Yes. I was actually gonna make a follow-up episode to that one. It ended up morphing into the video where Count Dooku faces off against the concierge from, I don't know, am I saying it right? The concierge? Darth Caleb says, Jar Jar Studios, you like Bionicle? Yes, I do. I've been wanting to make a Bionicle crossover for a while, but I don't have the Bionicle movies downloaded on my computer yet, and so I have to download those first. They're I know they're like completely the full movie, like even 4K upscaled, is on YouTube, but I haven't downloaded them yet, so I need to download those. I'll probably download the first one tonight or something. But I do need to make a Bionicle crossover. I want to do that. Yo, my favorite song is here. Bullet Grievous says, where's my membership? Your membership is gone. Membership is gone. We're playing monkey music. We got monkeys on the sidebar too. Monkeys and gorillas. Lerdman Alkino says, so bad, WHT, I can't understand Korean, Japanese, or Chinese. How do I know the video name then? Video name then? Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi, the high ground, the limb slicer. Oh, I had some watermelon today, by the way. Just so you know, I haven't given up on watermelon. I had some today, and it was pretty good. Although, I have to admit, the mangoes that I had earlier this week were a lot better, in my opinion. They were just perfect. I haven't had perfect mangoes like that in a long time. Lerdman says, Jar Jar Studios, I knew you want my Bluey. Don't worry, you can touch him. It's soft. Yeah. Does your Bluey bite, though? Melon Playground guy says, how dare you? I dare. I dare. Melons are good, but, you know. The Rusty Nail Axe says, Bluey has become such a big bully towards Palpatine. Lerdman Alkiner says, no Yoda medicine since there is no Yodas in chat. Hey, that's pretty good. Anakin's gone. Anakin is gone. I am what remains. Anakin is gone. I am what remains. Then my friend is truly dead. Now it's time for the next scene. Django Fedclone says, I don't need your approval to touch Bluey. Celestial Catechism says, I got a mysterious gift membership from a Dark Lord. What exactly is this channel? This channel is Jar Jar Studios Plus. The best Star Wars channel on all of YouTube. You can find all kinds of different types of videos. There's a little something for everyone here. If you like YouTube poops, we got those. If you like crossovers, we got those. If we got versus videos, we got Papa Palpatine podcasts, we got Lord of the Rings crossovers. We have everything. Everything! We got everything! Everything! Everything is here at Jar Jar Studios Plus. Kyrum1717 says, I think the Binks has beef with Bluey. No, actually, I'm getting paid. I'm getting paid to make Bluey stuff. The people that love Bluey so much, they said, here's some money. Make more Bluey. I was like, alright, let's do it. Money? You gave me money? I make Bluey videos, that's fine. Bluey's not really my thing, but we can make it my thing. Let's go. Erdman says, yes, Bluey is the Senate. When Mace Windu and Palpatine fights, Bluey just comes and sits on Palpatine's chair. Erdman says, yeah, don't forget Bluey. Erdman! Yes, we got Bluey videos too. We got those too. Don't forget about those. Kamacross says, have Lerdman and Count Dooku decided on who will win? No, they haven't. That's a good question. Who will win? We should vote. We should put that to a vote. I'm just gonna leave this. I'm gonna leave this poll running for like the whole stream. I'm just gonna leave this up. We'll see at the very end of the stream what people say. This poll is not gonna be done in 5 minutes, not in 10 minutes. It's just gonna keep going. As long as I'm streaming, it's still gonna be there. Kamacross says, Count Dooku is not here, so let's ask Lerdman. It's treason, then. Kyrum1717 says, is this all Jar Jar's doing? Is he the reason there's constant chaos in Palpatine's office? Yes, I'm testing my Padawan to see if he's still worthy of being my Padawan. Kamacross says, Rings of Power or Acolyte? Oof. Oh man, that's a hard. I mean honestly, I would say Rings of Power, but the only reason I'd say Rings of Power is because I'm more of a Star Wars fan than Lord of the Rings fan, so... But... I don't know. Like, the Rings of Power show is just as atrocious as the Acolyte show. Honestly, they're just both trash. They're just both trash. Garbage. That never should have been made. Nobody should have made it. Nobody should have made. Erdman Alkeener. Oh wait, Rusty Nail X says, thanks to you, I'm obsessed with Bluey and watching the cartoon. Yeah, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. All the time I've been forced to watch Bluey videos. I watched this one Bluey video, like this one review of the entire show, and I was listening to all the guys' points, And I found myself agreeing with everything he had to say. I was like, yeah, this is just a nice, wholesome, family fun kind of show, isn't it? It's hard to say otherwise. Alex Cross says, which is more painful? Yeah, Acolyte or... Which is more painful, Acolyte or Rings of Power? I'd say Acolyte. And the only reason I'd say Acolyte is more painful is because Rings of Power is a little bit different in that basically nobody in the Lord of the Rings fandom actually considers Rings of Power to be canon. I don't know of anyone that actually like watches the show as a Lord of the Rings fan and says, yeah, this is canon. This is exactly how Galadriel would be. Like, the difference, and that's the difference, is with Star Wars, there are some of these really garbage Star Wars shows, and people are like, yeah, this is canon. Yeah, I like this Star Wars show. I saw this video just today where someone was like, the Acolyte is not that bad. And I'm like, did you watch the show? Did you watch it? Because it is that bad. I don't care. There's no overhate. You cannot overhate the Acolyte. It is the biggest pile of shit that you will ever see. You can't overhate it. Oh, it's overhated. Oh, people hate on it too much. No, it's garbage. And if you think if you think the Acolyte is not that bad, your brain is... You've been watching too many skibbity toilet memes on TikTok. Okay? Too much brain rot has rotted your brain to the point where you think the Acolyte is... Oh, this is decent. This is okay. Like, how can you actually sit there and actually be entertained by that show? Supposedly it's a show. I went into it with no expectations, and I was disappointed, because at every single step of the way, every character and everything that happened in the show made no sense whatsoever. Kyrum says it hadn't even come out and people were trashing on it, and they had every right to, because the track record for Disney Star Wars shows was, let's hire a woman that hates men, a feminist, like, crazy person, to make a story, someone with an ideology, someone with some kind of agenda to promote. Let's hire someone like that instead of someone who wants to make a good story. And these people are incapable of making good stories. That's why all their shows suck, because they don't relate to the average person. Normal people cannot relate to these goofy weirdos. Several big YouTubers were trashing it immediately. That's exactly what I would do. Like, at this point, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. There's a new Star Wars show coming out. I can tell you right now, it's gonna be trash when it comes out. It's gonna be trash. There's a new Star Wars show coming out. It's gonna be trash. I don't even have to watch it. Prediction for the next Star Wars show. It's gonna be rated about the same. The next Star Wars show is gonna be rated about the same as the previous one. It's gonna be garbage. Am I gonna watch it? Yeah. Is it gonna be garbage? Absolutely it is. Kyurem says people made up stuff, use things out of context, like saying Kathleen Kennedy said there wouldn't be a light or dark side anymore. She never said that. But that doesn't matter, though. Like, these things don't matter. none of the things that you're mentioning matter. And the reason why they don't matter is because if the show was good, people would ignore what if Kathleen Kennedy did or didn't say the light and dark side didn't exist anymore. It doesn't matter if she said or didn't say that. The show itself has no merits. And people are watching the show and they don't like the show. And that's not because Kathleen Kennedy said there's going to be no light or dark side. That's not the reason why people don't like the show. People don't like the show because it's garbage. Because it's nonsensical. Because it's like stupid little things like when, for example, when, what's his face? When Yord goes to the ship to arrest May. Now, the assumption, of course, this is in the very beginning of the show. The assumption in this is that May has just killed a Jedi Master. So they send a regular, average-ass Jedi Knight and his Padawan to go arrest someone who killed a Jedi Master. And, in addition to that, they bring along the shopkeeper. And they bring the shopkeeper in their ship. They travel across the galaxy for him to point at her and say, "This is the woman," when they have no idea who they're even looking for. Like, they don't have any... Like, stupid little things like that are just... There are so many of those little things that are not nitpicks. They're legitimate criticisms. Like, this makes absolutely no sense. Why would the bartender travel all the way across the galaxy to try and identify the woman? Why wouldn't they just do like a hologram lineup? Why do they need him to be there personally? He walked on the ship with them. How many weeks or months would it have taken to get to her ship wherever she was? Where was she in the galaxy? How did they find her so quickly? If she's on a ship where the Neimoidians are not reporting that they're using human labor because it's technically against the law. If she's on one of those ships, how did they find her? If the Neimoidians are not reporting that they're using human labor because it's illegal and they're supposed to use droids instead of humans, then how are they finding Osha on the ship? They wouldn't find her. Also, they wouldn't even know to look for her. The shopkeeper doesn't know who Osha is. And out of the potentially millions upon millions of black females with braids in the galaxy, they're going to assume that it's Osha out of all of those. And so it's just so insane. Like, and that's one thing. That's one single thing from the show. Hiram says this is why people are done with the Star Wars fandom. You can't even have a conversation about it without losing it. There's no good discourse, just angry adults. I am having a discussion. I am having a discussion with you right now. Hiram said it was bad, but it cannot top the Exegol fleet coming out of nowhere being defeated in a day. Yeah, well, both are... Look, just because Disney does one stupid thing doesn't mean that they're allowed to do more stupid things. That doesn't excuse... Well, the Acolyte having stupid things in it is not as bad as the Exegol fleet being a stupid thing. So, therefore... I mean, if you like the Acolyte, you can like the Acolyte. You can like it. But just admit that it's a bad show. You may like it for another reason. Maybe you like it because you think Chimere is a sexy Asian guy, and you like his rippling muscles and his six-pack, and you could say I like the show for that. Okay, that's fine if that's what you like the show for. Oh, you could say I like the show because I saw Darth Plagueis peeking around a rock. You can like the show for that. But, like, what do you like the show for, though? You agree that it's dumb they stumbled upon Osha too quick. I think that they never should have found Osha at all. Alex Cross says the Acolyte mistreated women as well. They aren't painted in a positive light. Each lead was deceitful for no logical reason. That's another thing, is everyone in the show just acts like... Everyone in the show does the exact opposite of what a normal person would do if they were doing anything. Like, here's another one. The witch lady decided that she was gonna let Osha leave. When Soul and curly hair head face show up, the guy that killed himself. When Soul and that guy show up to the witch's coven, they have this hostile attitude, like, you're here to take our kid now. When she already decided that she was gonna let them go, so why didn't she just say to Soul, "Hey, I know why you're here. You think that Osha is not safe or whatever. Well, it doesn't matter because, you know, we've already decided that Osha is gonna go with you because that's what she wants to do. So I'm okay with that." You know, it's very easy. Words. Use words. These people don't speak with their mouths. They just do the weirdest things. Like, I decided that we're gonna let... But instead of using words, instead of talking, she starts to turn into black smoke in front of Soul, without saying a word. She doesn't first say, "Hey, you know what? We're gonna let Osha go with you." She doesn't say that first. Instead, the first thing she does, she turns into black smoke demon, and May starts to dissolve right in front of his eyes. And so, what else? What do you expect from that? I saw that and I was like, well, it's obvious Soul thinks that she's about to attack him or something, or that she's... I don't know. What do we do with this? Chimere getting naked and going into the... Why was that scene? Why did they make that scene? For what? What did that do for the show? They have a scene where she looks down at his ding dong. Now they don't show his ding dong, thankfully. Thankfully they haven't gone that far yet. Okay? But why have that scene? For what? Also, why is she not behaving like a person who's been kidnapped? She's behaving like she's like a person that's read the script. There's every single episode, there's all kinds of ridiculous things that happen. Here's another one. She finds out that her sister is alive. May finds out that her sister is alive. She says, "My loyalty is to my sister, to Osha. I'm gonna turn myself into the Jedi, and I'm gonna tell them what I know." When in fact, she can't tell. First of all, she can't tell them anything because Soul read her mind in the previous episode and said, "Oh, your master hid everything that he know. Everything you know about him. You don't know who your master is. He hid that from you." So he read her mind in the last episode, and he still doesn't. And so she's going to bring them totally useless information, like nothing. And so if she turns herself in, she will go to jail, exactly like Chimere says. He said, "But you'll go to jail." That's exactly what will happen. But she says she's going to turn herself in. She goes to the place where the Wookiee Jedi is. Wookiee Jedi's already dead. Now, what she could have done when Yord said, "Hey, come out with your hands up," she could have walked out immediately and said, "I'm here to surrender. Look out! There's a Sith. There's an evil Sith behind you. That's my master. In fact, I'm not interested in being an evil Sith anymore. I surrender to you. Come and arrest me. Look, that guy. He's behind you. Stop him now. You know, something." But instead, she stays inside the hut. And then in the next episode, she doesn't if she was interested in turning herself into the Jedi and changing, you would think that she would take out her lightsaber and fight her former master in the next episode where all the Jedi are fighting. But she doesn't do that. But why didn't she do that? And then she changes clothes with her sister. What? After knocking her out, even though she said she was going to be a good guy, and it's like, but why though? But why did she do that? So it just nothing makes any sense in that show. Nothing makes sense. Alex Cross says, when the mother's children are in mortal danger, why isn't saving them their first priority? Mother Coral just disappears and never looks for her daughters. Yeah, that was kind of weird. She disappeared into a black smoke. She disappeared into a black smoke, and then the Wookiee Jedi got possessed. And then after all the witches were, I guess, killed when they were cast out of the Wookiee's mind, she never appeared again. So I assume she perished along with the other witches, but I don't know. And that was another thing that was so weird. They never established that breaking a mind link like that results in everybody dying. And so it was crazy when I saw all those witches just suddenly fall over dead. It was I thought at first from episode 3 that they were going to show that like the Jedi like killed them with lightsabers and stuff, but they all just died. Like I don't know, it was like their spirit was inside the Wookiee or something, and then when they were cast out, they weren't able to get back to their bodies or something. I don't know. It was really weird. New Dawn says, y'all trashing on the Acolyte? May I join? Absolutely, you can. Kyrom says, you're describing it as bad because May didn't do something smart, but you're reflecting on it after watching. The character in the moment, not thinking. I was thinking about those things in the moment, though. That's the thing, is these were not thoughts that I had after I sat there and pondered about the show. I said these things when they were happening, because those are totally logical and reasonable things for people to do, especially May. May is what? She's a highly trained assassin. You would think that a highly trained assassin that is able to kill a Jedi Master would be able to think quickly on her feet. Just because she's young doesn't mean she has to be dumb. But that's what she ends up being throughout the whole show, is dumb, stupid. She doesn't make any reasonable decisions. But we're supposed to believe that she's very well trained and is able to take on Jedi Masters, but she can't make, for some reason, she's unable to make good decisions in the moment. I just think you're trying to defend the indefensible. I don't think it's possible to defend the Acolyte, because the Acolyte is it is a poorly written show. You at least have to admit that. You can like the Acolyte if you want to, but it is a terribly poorly written show. It is not, and it is also not fun to watch. I did not enjoy watching the Acolyte. I was bored. There were many times where I was able to just walk away from my computer because nothing was happening. And when things were happening, it didn't really make sense what was happening. Comic Cross says, why do you have so many Star Wars and Lord of the Rings memes and like the cat video? And like the cat video? What do you mean? Kyrom says all the droids in Phantom Menace drop dead over the control system after being destroyed rather than being independent like R2. Is that supposed to be like a connection between that and the Acolyte? Because, I mean, if droids and people are two different things, also that we're talking about the opposite. Like, what the example you're giving doesn't make any sense, because all the droids in the Phantom Menace dropped over dead when the control ship was destroyed. The Wookiee is not the control ship. The Wookiee is the droid. And so if you cast the witches out of the Wookiee, how does it make sense that the witches, which are the control ship, would it make any sense if you destroyed a droid in the Phantom Menace and the control ship blew up because you destroyed a single droid? They cast the spirit out of the Wookiee Jedi, so it would make sense. It would make sense that the witches would just be, I don't know, not dead. Like they would just return to their bodies. Wouldn't that just be? That just doesn't make sense, I think. Kyram says, it is poorly written. I just think it's dirt while people are considering it crap. Okay, so you think it's dirt instead of garbage, instead of crap. So it doesn't smell really bad, but it's still about as useful as crap. I don't know. I think New Dawn says, also have no problem with never mind, wait, where's the New Dawn says this was the High Republic era, not modern interrogation droids, plus they are Jedi. I don't know what he's talking about. Kyram says, once again, it was before it came... Look, again, Kyram, it doesn't matter that people trashed it before it came out. I don't care what people said before it came out. It doesn't matter what people said before it came out. It came out, and it's bad. It doesn't matter what anyone said about it. I know the argument that you're making is that people had a bias against it. Sure, people had a bias against it. But that's because the last few Star Wars shows that have been made have been trash. So, people have a bias against the people that are currently in charge, were in charge still when those other shows that were not good came out. And so because the same people are behind it, in fact, even worse people than before, you know, if people think Rian Johnson is going to make a trilogy, they're going to say this trilogy is going to be garbage. Why? Because they saw The Last Jedi and they didn't like The Last Jedi. And when the trilogy comes out, if the trilogy's garbage, they will be proven correct. And if they're wrong, guess what? They'll admit they're wrong. They would say, I'm surprised. I thought Rian Johnson wouldn't be able to make a good movie trilogy, but he surprised me. He subverted my expectations. This is actually a really amazing show. So, Kyram, doesn't matter what people said about the Acolyte before it came out. It came out, and it's not good. So, I don't know what your complaint is about with, like, oh, people were trashing it before it came out. Who cares who trashed it? Like, if people trashed A New Hope before it came out, who cares? It doesn't matter. A New Hope was successful. It made money. People liked it. If a TV show or a movie is actually really good, then people will like it regardless of what they said before it came out. If the TV show is mediocre at best, then people will probably still complain about it. But if The Acolyte ended up being a really good show, nobody would be levying the complaints that they made, you know, before it came out. So, I mean, people complaining about it before it came out doesn't matter. People complain about it before it comes out because they know the same people that were in charge of the last project are still in charge. Kathleen Kennedy still hasn't been fired yet. Despite all the flops, despite all the lost money, all the wasted money, all of the bad reviews, Kathleen Kennedy has still yet to be fired and replaced with someone who's actually going to do the job. Why? People have a right to complain about that. We are the customers. We have a right to complain about the products that we don't like and about the people that we don't want working for companies that are going to make said products. You know, if you find out on Twitter that, you know, your next favorite director or whatever actually turned out to be, you know, a kitty diddler or something, and you don't want him to work on the next, you know, movie project, you have every right to not want him to work on your next movie project and say, well, what he did is disgusting and he shouldn't be working in at that company anymore. He should be in prison. Okay, you have a right to complain about that and say, I don't want that. And so, when it comes to people like Kathleen Kennedy, she's been doing a bad job since she took over. And people don't like that she's been doing a bad job. And they don't want her to be working at Lucasfilm anymore. And so every single Star Wars show that's going to be promoted, and when it has the same patterns, look, people are able to recognize patterns. When they see the pattern of every single new Star Wars show has a female lead, and every single new Star Wars show ends up being bad because it's very poorly written, people begin to associate female leads with bad writing. And oftentimes, that usually ends up being the case. Unfortunately, when it comes to Lucasfilm, maybe not with all movie projects, definitely not with all movie projects, but when it comes to Lucasfilm, if you have a female lead, chances are it's most likely going to be a bad project. If it's directed by a woman, chances are it's going to be bad. Why? Because that's the pattern. That doesn't mean that there aren't women that can't do a good job directing a movie, but the pattern that Lucasfilm has presented to us has so far been, if a woman is doing the job, and look, even Rian Johnson was bad. J.J. Abrams was bad, but he is still under the direction of Kathleen Kennedy, a woman. So that's why people are complaining about, well, women in Lucasfilm, because the women in Lucasfilm are not normal women. They're not your standard woman that is egalitarian. They're skewed to favor one particular. They're skewed to favor feminists and the feminist agenda. And we know this. This is not up for debate. They say it openly. When Kathleen Kennedy takes a picture with other women at Lucasfilm with a shirt that says "The Force is female," what does that tell you? That tells you that she doesn't care about half of the fan base. You know, are we here to compete? Are we here to compete with women, or are we here to create stories that both men and women can relate to? Because right now, Star Wars has been captured by women and men that want to elevate only women, that aren't interested in making a story that both men and women can enjoy. They're making stories that are, you know, technically, supposedly for women, but I mean, actually, realistically, how many women actually watch these shows? Predominantly male fan base, and nobody wants to watch anymore. And how many women on Twitter that promote the new Star Wars shows actually even watch them? I don't know. What can I do about it? We'll complain about it. We'll just keep complaining. That's what we could do about it. We'll just keep complaining about it until they finally fix it. You know? George Lucas. I miss you, George. You know, the prequels weren't perfect, but they're definitely better than the sequels. Look, and even the sequels weren't perfect, but with these new Star Wars shows, I find myself asking, where is J.J. Abrams? Where is Rian Johnson? Perhaps I treated you too harshly. I look back on the sequels and I say, you know what? Maybe they weren't so bad after all. After watching The Acolyte, I said, maybe the sequels weren't so bad after all. It's terrible. I never thought in a million years that I could look at the sequels and say, perhaps I treated you too harshly. Maybe the sequels is the best that Disney can do, and maybe we should return to standard. We can have more Luke drinking from the giant seaside titty monster scenes. We can have more of that. And more somehow Palpatine returned instead of lesbian space witches. Like, isn't this Star Wars? Why do we have to focus on witches? Look. Like, why don't you go watch Hocus Pocus? Why don't you go watch Harry Potter? Why do we have to have witches in Star Wars? I know they're in the... Look, I know they're in the Clone Wars, but they weren't like a main focus... They weren't a massive focal point of the Clone Wars. They were a side thing. And it just kind of dilutes everything, too. We got the Night Sisters. Now we have, like, an endless number of, what, quote-unquote, force witch cults to choose from. Oh, bro. Alex Cross says, it's the hope that hurts. It's the, yes, the hope. The hope that one day, one day, maybe they can make something actually fun to watch. Something that doesn't remind me of our modern day. Veer Stream says maybe the Acolyte one day will be considered the good old days. I don't think so, actually. I think that maybe the sequels, I think so, because the sequels, as bad as the sequels are, like, story-wise, there are still some elements of the sequels that are good enough that children that watch the sequels when they were young will grow up and fondly think back on the sequels. But, like, these Star Wars shows, okay, here's how you know the Acolyte is not going to have, like, 20 years from now, it's probably not going to be remembered fondly by most people. The reason why is, number one, the viewership is really low. Not very many people watched it. No one was really interested in watching the show. Number two, it is a legitimately boring show. So most people are really just not going to be interested in watching it. And if they do become a Star Wars fan and they start watching it, they're going to be like, this doesn't make any sense at all. ATD, thank you for the super chat. He says, Grandpa Petticord does bad things to kids. I don't know who Grandpa Petticord is. I don't know who that is. So I couldn't say for sure. And I hope you have proof. I mean, I don't even know who you're talking about, so. Jefferson Sam says, why was the Acolyte too sexual? Because it's written by a lesbian, that's why. Because, okay, because when you're the kind of person that Leslie Headland is, that's the focal point of your products. It's not normal things. It's about your sexuality, because that's their whole identity. It's not about creating a relatable story with morals and values. It's about let's have this guy stripped down. This is a Star Wars show. What did George Lucas say? Star Wars is for kids. It's like a PG-13 kind of thing. And we got. Why do we have this dude taking off his clothes and jumping in the pool? Why? Can anyone tell me why? And they did that in Andor too, where the first episode in Andor, when the guy goes to a brothel, I mean, whatever, he's looking for his sister. I mean, he could have been looking for his sister in a regular bar. It didn't have to be a brothel. And then also the scene with the Bix. Yeah. Unnecessary. I don't even care about Bix as a character in Andor. I don't even care. Like, who's Bix? The show's called Andor. I'm here to watch Andor. I don't care what happens to Bix. Why is she trying to take off her clothes with her live-in boyfriend? Is this what I want to see in my Star Wars show? No. I don't need to see that. ATD sends another super chat. Thank you very much. He says it's a joke. Don't do anything, please. Well, I have no idea who you're even talking about. I'm not gonna do anything. I don't even know. Alex Cross says, thirsting for a Sith are not topics for the kiddos. Well, look, you can cover. I think it is very, very. You can cover every single topic with kids, but you have to do it in a different way. You know, if you want to cover the birds and the bees, you know, you don't have to be explicit. You don't have to show people taking their clothes off, okay? That's not necessary. Okay? It can be like Attack of the Clones. In Attack of the Clones, Anakin and Padme get married. Everyone knows what happens after you get married, okay? But they didn't explicitly say that's what happens, okay? We don't need a detailed description of what Anakin and Padme did after they got married. We know what they did, and kids don't need to see that. They don't need to know. Kids don't need to see that. So the kids, they can just watch Padme and Anakin kiss. They got married. But you don't need to go into detail. So that's how you deal with topics like that with kids. You don't need to show them. They don't need to know. Although, honestly, I think the Acolyte would be like almost on a level of boringness that if I was a kid, I would legitimately rather watch Skibbity Toilet than the Acolyte. So I would legitimately rather watch. I'd rather watch Twilight. I'd rather watch Twilight. Remember Twilight? Yeah, that's like 20 years old, isn't it? No, not 20 years old. It's like 15 years old, I think. Kyrum says, Andor was good, but there were like 8 plot lines at once. Got boring when it switched to Mon Mothma. Yeah, I didn't really like the Mon Mothma parts. I liked the plot line with Cyril and Andor, but everything else honestly could have just been done away with. I didn't need to see the two lesbian rebels. I didn't care about their characters. Don't care, wasn't interested. I didn't need to see Bix and her boyfriend. Don't care, wasn't interested. They probably could have cut out like a third of Andor's runtime if they just kept it simple with Cyril with Cyril character and Andor's character. If they just stuck to those two, then that would have been fine. And who's that other guy? The guy with the stick that runs the shop that Mon Mothma goes to? That guy, that was an okay plotline, but I think a lot of his scenes probably could have been trimmed down. Nathan Outdoors says, honestly, where birds and bees should only be with parents and kids, not TV. Birds and bees? You mean like nature documentaries? I'm joking. Charles says, would you date me for $3.99? Well, we could go on it. We could... Well, not romantically, obviously. Like if you wanted to meet me, you wanted to take me out for a steak. Yeah, we could do that. I'm up for a free steak, but you know, I'm definitely not gonna date you romantically. I mean, I'm assuming that you're a man because your name is Charles. Now you could be a woman, right? You could be a woman. You could be the single woman that watches Jar Jar. Oh wait, no. Liz has been here. So has Jesse Rhineland, and so has okay, there's like 3 women. There's like 3 women that watch Jar Jar Studios Plus. Actually, a lot more than that. I've looked at my demographics. Hippos Grum says Star Wars is in space and contains many types of alien people. Why should gender and/or sexual orientation work the same in Star Wars as they do on Earth? Lore speaking, how did humans even get there? I don't know. Does it matter? I don't think they really go into that. Cadmus says, don't remind me, Twilight. I was tricked when I was going to the theater to watch it. That's funny. You know, I actually went to see one of the Twilight movies in theaters, and yeah, I went because there was a girl that I really liked that I wanted to sit next to her in the theater, and instead I ended up getting sat next to her friend, which I thought her friend was like gross. And honestly, her friend was gross. Not only physically, but also like the things that she said also. Some of the weird things that she said as well. She was also a gross person. But now that I look back on it, the one girl that I really liked, she was also kind of gross too. She was also kind of gross too. So I guess they were all gross. It was a mistake. It was a mistake from the beginning. Nathan Outdoor says, I think there's a fury going on with that guy at the shop. Was one of the guards Yoda food to the side? I don't know what that means, Nathan Outdoors, but I hope you get the necessary English and grammar lessons that you need to write coherent sentences. ATD says, Grandpa Petticord will feast on gross. Veer's stream says this is a storytelling thing. You need to have some things similar to reality so that people can relate to your characters. Yes. Particularly things that relate to most people as opposed to like, well, you know, 5% of the population. You know, there's a small percentage of the population that is not heterosexual. And when you start to create movies and TV shows geared towards a tiny percentage of the population, you will find that those movies and TV shows don't end up being very relatable to the vast majority of the population, which are heterosexual. Because of that, those people are not really going to want to watch your shows. They're not going to be interested in it. And that's the way I feel about it. shows that promote not things that are not heteronormative are not really shows that I'm interested in watching because they don't appeal to me. Django Fett Clone says, Jar Jar, tell us you eventually got the girl. You already know I got the girl. Her name, Queen Julia, you know, from Bardota. She's the duck looking alien. Veer Stream says this. Oh wait, no, read that. Alex Cross says Dooku takes the lead in the poll. Yes, he is in the lead right now, but the poll's not over yet. We still got a few more hours to go, or actually a couple more hours. Charles says, everybody join my server in Star Wars Battlefront 2 tomorrow, and I will date you in a live stream. Oh, how nice! Oh, how nice! Charles is giving out free dates for everyone. Maybe that's my problem. Maybe that's why I haven't been on a date in a while. My price is too high. I need to lower my price. Maybe I should give out a free date every once in a while. Instead of expecting people to pay me like $200, you know, I meet a girl and I like her, but you know, unless she's willing to give me like $100, $200, why should I go on a date with her? So maybe I should lower my price. I should be like, you know what? $20 is fine. You give me $20, I'll go on a date with you. Or maybe I could have like a fire sale. It could be like, give me $2. How about this? You plan the date, you pick me up, I'll pay for it. That sounds like a deal. If I ever heard one. Like, imagine if a woman came up to me and said to me, I'll plan the date, I'll come pick you up, but you pay for the date, I'd be like, bet. That sounds good. Perfect. That sounds like a deal. Imagine that. But no, I'm expected to do everything from the very beginning. I have to approach, I have to ask, I gotta pay, I gotta plan, I gotta do everything. And what does she do? She just sits there. And she smiles. She doesn't even say thank you. She doesn't even say thank you. She just sits there. She expects it. This is expected. Come on. What about me? Hey, what about me? You know, you can take me out. You come pick me up. How about that? You come pick me up, I'll pay for the date. I think that sounds pretty generous, I'd say. I think that's pretty generous. I mean, there's no reason why I should pay for you, but I'm doing so out of the kindness and generosity of my heart. Because I'm a nice guy. because I'm a nice guy. I'll pay for you because I'm a nice guy. Can you do one thing for me? Can you plan the date? Yeah, take me somewhere nice. Don't worry, I'll pay for it. Just take me somewhere nice. I'm a working man. I'm busy. I got things to do. I don't have time to plan dates. You come get me. I mean, what do you have to do? Probably not anything. Cadmus says, I do everything and pay for everything almost every day. That's right, Cadmus. You know it. Cadmus says, Ahsoka rewards me nicely now and then. Every once in a while. every once in a while you get some mango. You get some nice, creamy, delicious mango. Beer's stream says, last date I went on, she asked me how much I make and if I have any debt. Well, it's important. It's important. It's important. But question is, did you ask her how much money she made and if she was in debt? I mean, because look, it is kind of reasonable. It's not good to be in debt. I honestly, I wouldn't want to really. I'm not interested in dating anyone who has debt. So that's understandable. Charles says the person with the longest fruit goes first on my date. The person? I don't know what that means. We're talking about dates. We got hearts, we got peaches, we got eggplants, we got monkeys, and we got gorillas. Jar Jar Studios Plus. Dating podcast. Dating podcast. ATD says, cheese. Please send cheese. No. Kamacross says, bye everyone. Might be back later. I don't know. Hey, thanks for being here, Kamacross. Hope you have a nice night. How many calories are in a whole chicken? Does anybody know? How many calories are in a whole chicken? If you sat down and ate an entire chicken, how many calories would that be? Beer stream says depends on how it's made. Alright, Charles says 239 calories. That seems kind of low. I mean, we're talking about like almost 4 pounds of chicken meat. I mean, the average like whole chicken is like 5-6 pounds or something like that. Charles says 239 calories per chicken. 239 calories per chicken. It doesn't matter what the size of the chicken is. 239 calories per chicken. Small chicken, big chicken, doesn't matter. 239 calories. Okay. Alright, this one says based on the provided search results, here are the calorie counts for whole chicken. 3 pounds, 3-pound chicken serves for a so a 3-pound Chester's chicken is 1,160 calories. Meat, skin, raw, broilers, or fryers for a whole chicken, for a standard whole chicken that you find at a grocery store, 1,978 calories. Alright. ATD says, Grandpa Petticord is a calories cheese please. Charles says almost 239 if you count the legs and the wings. I think the chickens you're thinking of are really small, Charles. Because this right here is saying almost 2,000 calories for a whole chicken. So I'd check again. Google it again. Google it again. Look for a few different search results, and then come back and, you know, give me an update on that. ATD says per breast. It's 289 breast. Ooh. 239 calories per breast. Y'all like, you guys like chicken breast? Do you like that? General Grievous, what's going on? Charles says, if you mean the breast, then it is just 567. But if you mean a real chicken, a real chicken doesn't have one breast. A real chicken has 2 breasts. A real chicken has 2 breasts, not one. Now that's a real chicken. Darth Plagueis. Hey yo! Cadmus says breast? Darth Plagueis says, I'm a drumsticks guy. Drumsticks. I like drumsticks. Beer Stream says, we must get abreast of the situation. We must get abreast. We must all get abreast. One day I'm gonna get myself a breast. Actually, I'm gonna get 2 of them. One day. Not today, but one day. Ooh, my favorite song's on. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says, "This is getting out of hand. Now Jar Jar wants 2 of them." 2 of them. Alex Cross says, "How's the poll?" Well, the poll right now, we got 42 votes, and 57% say Count Dooku is gonna win versus Bluey. ATD sends another super chat. Thank you very much. He says, "Grandpa Petticord gave birth to cheese. Please send cheese." Gave birth to cheese. That sounds gross, actually. The only kind of cheese Grandpa Petticord can give birth to is gonna come out of his butt, so better drop that where it belongs, in the toilet. Charles says, "A rooster weigh around 6 to 7 grams. But if you claim the stomach acid out of the rooster, it would be most likely weigh around 6 to 7. But if it's a normal chicken, it might just weigh around 239 calories. Thank you very much for that. It might weigh 239 calories. 239 calories of weight. How many calories do you weigh? Everybody post in chat, how many calories do you weigh? Melon Playground Guy says, "Hey Jar Jar, have you ever heard the tragedy of death, Jar Jar the Unwise? Have you ever heard the tragedy of death, Jar Jar the Unwise? I thought not. It's no story Jar Jar would tell you." Alex Cross says, fun fact, apparently 239 calories equals exactly 1,000 kilojoules. Kilojoule? If you had 1,000 kilojoules, you'd be rich. Alright, alright. Hey, where's our mod? Where's the mod? There's no mods in here? Where's all the mods? Alright. This is an emergency, so Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi, you are a mod right now. Okay, Nathan Outdoors is here. Nathan Outdoors is here. You see ATD spamming the exact same thing over and over again, and you didn't time him out for a minute? Nathan Outdoors. You must do your job, Nathan Outdoors. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi, cut them down with your lightsaber. Cut them down. Charles says, I weigh around 125 to 882 calories, but if you take out that stomach, I would weigh around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 calories. Impressive. Quorer says, I'm getting tired of this ATD guy. Well, I mean, I'm not tired of the ATD. He's given me quite a few super chats today. So, you know, I can appreciate ATD. Now, if he was spamming a lot, but didn't give any super chats, well then that would be a different story, but... Alright, now that Nathan Outdoors is here, Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi is no longer a mod anymore. He's no longer a mod anymore. Thank you for your service, Obi-Wan Kenobi, but I only needed you to be a mod for a few seconds. ATD says, how dare you? How dare you? Zavir says, I liked ATDs. He made me feel like a well-adjusted adult. Charles says, me, 1 minute timeout. You mean you want someone to time you out for 1 minute? Melon Playground Guy says, he became so... Oh, he's continuing the... He's continuing the story. Darth Jar Jar the Unwise. I gotta paste this. Charles says, don't forget the date. Wait, what date? Charles dies. What? Nathan Outdoors says, alright, if I see spamming, I'll put people in 5-minute timeout. Thank you very much, Nathan Outdoors. See, Nathan Outdoors, he's one of the OGs. He's been here since the early days of streaming. A loyal and faithful stream member. Nathan Outdoors has been here through thick and thin. Charles wants to get timed out? Alex Cross says, adios amigos. Hey, Alex Cross, thank you very much for being here today. And thank you so much for the huge super chat. I appreciate it very much, Alex. And most of all, that it's a super chat with no demands attached to it. Although I definitely still would have appreciated one, even if you wanted a specific video, I would have appreciated the super chat still anyway, but that just made it all the better. Alex Cross says, and thank you, Jar Jar. Hey, you're welcome. I'm glad that my videos bring you joy and happiness. Hopefully that will continue. The Sonic Gamer is here. Sonic Gamer says, Count Dooku. Count Dooku. Count Dooku. Comic Cross says, make a Morshu meme. Well, if you send me a super chat, I'll make you a Morshu meme. Send me some money. Comic Cross, if you want me to make a Morshu meme, come back when you're a little richer. Sorry, Comic Cross, I don't give credit. Come back when you're a little richer. Sorry, Qui-Gon. Sorry, Qui-Gon. I don't give credit. Come back when you're a little, richer. No money, no parts, no deal. Cora says, have you ever listened to Morshu reading the entire Bible? I have tried to listen to that, and I couldn't. I have to admit, I couldn't get through Genesis chapter 1. It is astounding and highly impressive that someone actually took all of the syllables that Morshu had and made them into the entire Bible. I don't know how they did that, and I don't know why they would spend like probably hundreds and hundreds of hours to do that, or they probably had some kind of program that allowed them to like do it faster or whatever, some kind of algorithm or whatever. But it's a very interesting video. Hey, whoever is pretending to be Jar Jar Studios Plus, you must stop right now or I will ban you from the channel. Alright? You change your name right now or I'm going to ban you from the channel. Jar Jar Studios Plus. Nobody's allowed to impersonate me in my own chat. You will be banned. I'll give you a few minutes to change your name, but if you don't change your name, I'm gonna ban you. Melon Playground guy says it's Jar Jar's brother. Well, hey, you could be Jar Jar's brother. You just can't be Jar Jar Studios Plus. Kamacross says most unpopular opinion. Most unpopular opinion of what? Oh. ATD says, Jar Jar, if I donate, will you make a Grandpa Petticord video? Hold on, let me check. I'll tell you if I can or not. I gotta look him up. Grandpa Petticord. Grandpa Petticord from what? Because it's not showing up. Comic Cross says, unban Jar Jar Studios minus. I guess I could. So, ATD, tell me what is this Grandpa Petticord from? Because I typed Grandpa Petticord into YouTube search and nothing came up. ATD says Grandpa Petticord is my granddad. Again, I don't know who that is. Comic Cross says Jar Jar Studios, will you make a Morshu video for free? Well, I think I could. Like I said, it does apply to the one Qui-Gon scene where Watto is. However, it'll be a video that would end up in the sticky notes. It'll end up in the sticky notes because it's probably not going to be prioritized until I make certain other videos. So Cadmus says, that's why you can't have 2 Jar Jar Studios Plus. Thought you were asking him. That's right. I timed him out for 24 hours. He can change his name to something else. Change a name, Jar Jar Studios minus. Change it to something else. It still looks too similar to mine. Jango Fett Clone says, why was he banned? Well, you already know why he was banned. I told him don't choose a name that's like mine, and then he switched it to, you know, Jar Jar Studios minus, but it still looks similar. It's too similar. Jango Fett Clone says he changed his name, but he didn't really change it. He barely changed it. He didn't change. Jango Fett Clone says he changed it to Bluey Studios. He didn't do that. Jar Jar Productions, that's fine. Core says, what about Jar Jar Pretzels Plus? He could do that. Bluey Studios. Jar Jar Studios Bluey. Kamacross says, so Count Dooku is going to beat Bluey? Well, that's what it looks like so far, but the stream's not over yet, so people still have a chance to change the tide. What does the chat say so far? 52 votes, 54% for Count Dooku, and 46% for Bluey. Not looking good. It's not looking good for Bluey. Horror says, Jar Jar, have you played StarCraft before? No, I have not played StarCraft. I've seen some gameplay footage of it before. Not really my kind of game, but it's undeniably a pretty good game, otherwise it wouldn't be so popular. So it's just not my kind of game. I'm not a huge fan of, like, there's only a few games that I've played that are like that I actually enjoy. Like, I've had fun with like Age of Empires and stuff, but I don't know. I also had like this, I think it was 40K game that was very similar to StarCraft in a way, I guess, and I didn't really like that game that much. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says, I told you, Jar Jar, I was right. The Count Dooku fans are taking over. Cadmus Bane says, finally the orange beast has awakened. I had recovered movement, but I still need to not make any sudden moves, for it will be hungry soon.
Finally, the orange beast has awakened. I had recovered movement, but I still need to not make any sudden moves, for it will be hungry soon.
Bro, why does he have an accent? Plo Koon just discovered an Australian accent. Out of nowhere, he just suddenly got an Australian accent. The orange beast is awakened. I better not make any sudden moves. Better not make any sudden moves. The orange beast might eat me. Plo Koon. Australian Plo Koon.
Oh. Finally, the orange beast has awakened. I had recovered movement, but I still need to not make any sudden moves, for it will be hungry soon.
Finally, the orange beast has awakened. Nathan Outdoor says that's what happens when you watch too much Bluey. You become Australia. He's doing a documentary. Finally, the orange beast has awakened. Better not make any sudden moves. He's gonna be hungry soon. She'll eat you alive, she will. Oh, this one's a beaut, mate. Oh, this one's a beaut. Better be careful, she'll eat you alive. We don't have too much time left on the stream, so make sure you get your friends to come in and vote for Bluey or Count Dooku. Cast your votes. Cast your democratic votes for your democratic candidate. The democracy of Jar Jar Studios Plus. Make your voice heard. The free and fair election of Jar Jar Studios Plus. Darth Plagueis says, man really switched accents in a snap. Yeah. Kamacross says the Harambe emoji is good. Cadmus Cadmus says, I won't be able to join tomorrow's stream, so see you guys on the one after. Hey, thank you for being here, Cadmus. He says, I gotta feed Ahsoka before she... Ah! Well, hopefully we'll see Cadmus in 2 days. Wait, what is 2 days? 2 days will be Saturday. Saturday, we'll probably do, if Super Count Dooku is still available Saturday, then we'll probably do a stream then. A Minecraft stream. With, I forgot who it was that is gonna join us, but he sent me an email earlier, so... We're gonna get him on the Minecraft stream. Hopefully he can help us build some Venators. Lego Vader's here. Coruscant will fall, so shall the kingdom of Brisbane rise. The age of Anakin is over, the age of Bluey has come. The age of Bluey. Are you here for the age of Bluey? The age of Bluey is upon us. Brace yourselves. Darth Plagueis says, imagine Bluey initiating Order 66.
No.
Alright, workers' rights. I have not gone pee in quite a while, and I really need to go pee. So I'll be right back. So I'm gonna leave you with this story.
In their right minds,
I'm gonna leave you with this amazing, beautiful story called "The Story of Momo and Jar Jar." It'll bring tears to your eyes for sure.
No one ever in their right minds ever wanted to hear the story of Momo and Jar Jar, and you didn't think you wanted to either, and you probably still don't. But I'm gonna tell it anyway, because that's why you're here. This is the story of two lonely freaks. Momo was a horror character. Everyone neglected her as she was so hideous. Whenever she tried to make friends, everyone screamed and ran. Jar Jar Binks was the classic comic relief character from the Star Wars prequels who everyone hated. I mean, I thought it was pretty good, not gonna lie. Jar Jar was going through another day of being hated. At least 27 boulders were thrown at him as he was walking back to his abandoned lake when he came across an abandoned playground. So he went and sat on the swings. He looked to his and saw a girl sitting there. I mean, we all know that this was Momo. That's pretty obvious, right? Jar Jar, being Jar Jar, went up to her and was like, "Misa saw you crying. Misa upset too." "You're dumb," said Momo, and so they went back to Jar Jar's lake where Momo had absolutely no scuba gear and she drowned. When she awoke in the morning, they went off to get the marriage. All the inmates cheered as the new couple left the raft. "Should we try to stop them?" asked Officer Timmy. "Nah, I don't want to touch that thing," said Officer Kasim. Momo worked her day job scaring kids as Jar Jar stayed home. After about 6 years, Jar Jar announced something to his wife. "Momo, we're going to have a baby." 6 days later, the baby was born. They called him Moto Moto. Moto Moto was the most hideous creature anyone had ever seen. At least 400 landmines had been placed around the playpen outside the lake, but none of them managed to kill the the hideous creature. One day, Momo cried out the most hideous scream. Jar Jar, who was busy playing Grand Theft Auto 3 at the time, didn't hear it, so Momo stabbed him with a plastic fork and they went to find Moto Moto. Unfortunately for them, the Russian military had gotten there first, and they went and picked up Moto Moto and dropped him into Africa. Unfortunately, he survived the fall, killing at least 20 zebras, which is where he remains to this day. The military came up to Momo and Jar Jar and apologized to them for making them feel like outcasts their whole lives, and told them they had a wonderful surprise for them. "Hop aboard the helicopter," instructed Officer Kasim. First, they flew over a chemical waste field where Timmy pushed Momo out. Why you do this? We did nothing. Misa upset now." Then they flew over China and dropped Jar Jar into a labor camp, and everyone lived happily ever after.
The end. Misa back. That was cheese nuggets, by the way. All you have to do is search up Momo and Jar Jar on YouTube if you want to watch that video again. It's a good channel. You should subscribe to him. I wish he made more videos that were like that. Unfortunately, that was one of those. That's one of those golden videos that you just don't get anymore. So, it's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite videos. Very special. And hopefully we can get it to 1,000 views. Right now it's only at almost 300 views. It should be more than that. Momo, the story of Momo and Jar Jar. Look it up. Like the video. Share it with your friends. Melon Playground guy says, Anakin getting attacked by a political idealist? That is what's happening. ATD, says Jar Jar, crying emoji. ATD says, you just kept me because I donated? I'm confused. What do you mean? What are you talking about? You said you just kept me because I donated. Why, bro? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does it mean? How'd it get burned? Ah, not the bees. Not the bees. They're in my eyes. What does that mean? That doesn't make any sense. ATD says, I heard you say you could have perma-banned me, but since I donated, you kept me. No. That's not what I said. I said something different, but not that. Although it is true I could have perma-banned you. And yes, because you do donate. I mean, that statement's generally true, I'd say. But that's not what I said, even though that is true. What I said was something else. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I said something else. But that is still true. Yeah, I mean, it is true. Number one, it is true I could perma-ban you, but I have no reason to. And number two, it is true that people who donate I'm more lenient with because they donate. You know, like if Lerdman Alkiner started to go off the rails, but he still gave me $92 super chats, then, you know, I can't deny that I would be more lenient to that. So, I don't remember exactly what I said, but I didn't say that. But if I did say it, it probably would be true. So, you're right, but you're also wrong at the same time. Because I was probably talking about Jar Jar Studios Minus, who was impersonating me, about like permaban. ATD says, so you're using me for money? Yeah. yeah, pretty much. Thank you, by the way. Thank you very much. Comic Cross says, if Lerdman started spamming 500k emojis per second, but gave $100 a day, would you still keep him? Absolutely, I would. Absolutely, I would. $100%. ATD says, bro, I legitimately liked your streams, so I donated. I thought you were cool. Why? Well, thank you for legitimately liking my streams. You can still like my streams. And you donated because you liked my streams. But because I like that you give me money, you consider that a betrayal? I don't really think that makes any sense. My question to you is why? Why? Where's the mod? Hey, where are our mods? Is someone gonna time me out or what? Where's the mods? Comic Cross says, this is such a nice conversation. Nathan, ATD says I used my chore money to donate to you. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it very much, ATD. Hopefully you will continue to do so in the future. ATD says, I want to help you grow your channel, but you're just using me. That sentence doesn't make any sense, because if you're giving me money to help grow my channel, giving me money now will still help me grow my channel. So, if I was just using if I was just using you, then I would be taking your money but not uploading any videos and not growing the channel. But because I'm still growing the channel while you're giving me money, that therefore means that I'm not using you, you are using me. You're using me to get Jar Jar Studios Plus content. You're using me for my labor. You are taking from me my time. You're sucking the life out of me. I spend hours every day live streaming. You should be giving me more money. Nathan Outdoors is right. You should be giving me more money. You're using me. I'm not using you. You're using me. You're taking from me. My life essence is being sucked out of me. You should be ashamed of yourself, ATD. Using me like that. You should give more money. You should give more money. Django Fat Clone says he's keeping you from getting permaban because you gave him money. Ooh. Well, even if he didn't give me money, I'd have no reason to permaban him because he didn't do anything to get permabanned in the first place.
As you see, my Jedi powers are far beyond yours. Now, back down.
This scene's gonna be a tougher one. How do I edit this scene? Ooh. Spirit Halloween Hangout says, now my eardrums are starting to hurt, so basically both of you are using my eardrums. Give your eardrums to me, Spirit Halloween. Give your eardrums to me right now. Spirit Halloween Hangout with King Neo says, ATD and Jar Jar Studios, there's a limit to how much I can handle of the yelling. I'm sorry, ATD got me fired up. He got me fired up because he's been using me. He's been using me for content. Supposedly, according to him, I've been using him for money, which is not even true. He's been using me for content. And he gets far more out of me than I get from him. Django Fat Clone says, bruh, I said I'm gonna HURT Queen Julia and message got deleted. You're not allowed to hurt Queen Julia. That's why, Django Fat Clone. Not only were you not hired to do that because you as a bounty hunter would never be hired to hurt Queen Julia in the first place, but also Queen Julia is my queen. Queen Julia of Bardota is my queen, and you should not lay a hand on her. Don't touch her! You keep your filthy hands off her, Jango Fett clone. Spirit Halloween Hangout says, Jar Jar Studios, you're not slick. I'm on to you. Because you said, give me my eardrums when I'm healing Queen Julia. You're healing Queen Julia. Jango Fett Clone says, Jar Jar's only 5, leave him alone. That's right. I'm basically a child. Why don't you just leave me alone? I'm just a baby. I'm literally a baby. And you keep bothering me. Kamakura says, Jar Jar Studios Plus, are you a minor? Yeah, I'm 2 years old. Can't you tell by my voice? I am 2 years old. Don't bother me. All these people creeping around, following me home, trying to sniff my hair. Get away from me! Get away from me, you sicko! Disgusting.
Now, back down.
Like Count Dooku says, back down. ATD, if that's a joke, it's not a funny joke, so alright, joke ends here. If it's a joke, it's not a funny joke, and if you're serious, then just go away then. Django Fett Clone says you just made Jar Jar upset. No, it's just something that I don't think is that funny, that's all. There's a lot of that twisted stuff going on, and I'm not gonna be part of that. Also, you're saying it's not a joke. If you're serious, then, like, stop. Django Fetcon says, I'm gonna tell on Yusa cause Misa was spammed and Misa didn't get banned. Nathan Outdoor says, Jar Jar, I think Count Dooku is gonna win. Yeah, I think he's gonna win too. 64 votes, 53% for Count Dooku, 47% for Bluey. Darth Plagueis says, people need to learn proper live stream etiquette. Shaking my head. They do, they do.
As you see, my Jedi powers are far beyond yours. Now, back down.
Spirit Halloween Hangout says, Plagueis, how are you still alive? I guess he didn't do such a great job of eliminating him entirely. Darth Plagueis is still alive. Lori Pachetek. Yo, what's going on? Lori said you sounded sad. Sad? I'm not sad. I'm doing great. I'm doing fantastic. Not sad. Lori says that sounded sarcastic. Nathan Outdoors says, he said, because nobody's giving him money, we need to give him more money. Well, you do need to give me more money, that's true, but the first part of that statement is not true. Nobody's giving... Not nobody. Today Alex Cross was very generous. He gave me $92, so... I'd say this is a very successful stream monetarily. So thank you to Alex Cross. Lori says, "How about you donate?" Yeah, Nathan Outdoors. How about you donate, Nathan Outdoors? Have you donated anything, Nathan Outdoors? That's what I want to know. I think you got all your memberships for free. I'm pretty sure Nathan Outdoors never bought anything. Never bought anything for Jar Jar Studios Plus. Nathan Outdoors says, "I'm poor, I got no money." Django Fatcone says, go sell cupcakes." That's right. Go sell cupcakes. Go work at McDonald's. McDonald's is a good place to work, I think. I don't know, I've never worked there. But I have worked in plenty of restaurants. I say plenty of restaurants. I worked in a few restaurants. Padme. Excuse me. Padme Amidala's here. Yo, what's going on, Padme? Darth Plagueis says Bluey is slowly catching up to the Dooku. Yes. Padme, who do you vote for? Count Dooku or Bluey? For the poll. Who do you vote for? We got 69 votes. I feel like we should end the poll here. 69 votes. That's a good number of votes. Django Fat Clone. Haha, funny number. Funny number. Why this picture? This picture is not upscaling. It's never gonna finish. Too bad. What about now? Still it. Lori says Jar Jar. I don't know. You don't know what? Lori says, what's your job? I'm curious. Well, my job is, it's, what you see me doing right now. That's my job. Jar Jar Studios Plus is my job. That's what I'm doing right now. I decided, well, this is a decision that only happened recently. I decided I was going to go full steam, full speed ahead into YouTube. So I'm trying to make YouTube my full-time job. So far, I met my goal for this month, and hopefully I'll continue to meet my baseline goal. And we'll see in the next few months if I can't keep a consistent viewer base, you know, if I can't get a consistent enough income with it, then I'll go work somewhere else. But if I can do this full time, I'm gonna keep going. So that's what I'm doing right now. My job is what you see me doing right now. This is my job. Which has been pretty fun so far. Pretty good. I like it. I enjoy it. Is it hard? Is it difficult? Is it easy? It's hard. It's hard to know what exactly is gonna do well. You know, you make a video, you don't know. You put time and effort into a video, you don't know if it's gonna pop off, if it's gonna do well, or if it's gonna be, you know, if no one's gonna watch it or not. I don't know. So, but that's one of the reasons why I do the live streams. If people can give me enough donations to make up the difference, you know, because sometimes the income can be a little bit inconsistent with some of the other videos, because sometimes a video does really well, sometimes it doesn't. And so these live streams help to... I don't know why this isn't loading. This is not processing. I guess I need to upload another... I need to upload the file again or something. Django Fetcone says, where do I apply? Well, there are... we're not taking... Jar Jar Studios Plus is not taking any applications right now. So... Still the channel is still a little bit too small to be hiring people, so we're not there yet. Although I don't know if I ever want to get to that kind of size. I mean, I guess I could understand some people hiring I could understand some people hiring for like other kind of larger channels, like those big Star Wars theory type channels. That makes sense. But for what I do here, it doesn't really make any sense for me. If I did anything like that, I would probably commission people. Lori says ATD texted me to unban him. By the way, why is he banned? Because he kept spamming in chat that I was using him and that he's a minor and that that he was gonna report me to YouTube. So I asked him if he was serious. He said he was serious. So I was like, okay, I'll ban you from the channel then. I don't want to see your chats anymore. So that's why he's banned. I don't think that's. I think it's kind of speaks for itself. I don't need to explain why it is. I don't need people in chat calling me a pedophile, essentially. All right, and that's pretty much what he was doing in chat, and I'm not really interested in entertaining that, so I just banned him from the channel. I can unban him, but he needs to promise not to do that again. It's Xander says, what if Anakin and Obi-Wan play Terraria? If I was gonna do a Terraria type video, I'd probably want to like make an 8-bit version of like Anakin and Obi-Wan, like a 2D side-scrolling 8-bit version or whatever. And then have them, you know, hop around in Terraria. But I've never played Terraria, so I wouldn't really be able to make. I don't think I'd be able to make a very good Terraria video because I've never played it before. I need to know something about a game if I'm gonna make a video about it. Darth Plagueis says, hopefully he doesn't do anything stupid like pushing forward some kind of false accusation. That shit is common than you think. Well, I mean, in order for you to make accusations like that, you kind of have to have like at least this. Well, first of all, my channel's not that big. Second of all, you'd have to have at the very least like some kind of DMs, which DMs could easily be faked, but pretty much. Lori says he watching and texted me that you should not have sent that message, that he was using you. What? Yeah, that's why he's not coming back. Okay, whatever. I don't really care. All right. Okay, we'll explain. I'll explain the whole thing, or at least what I can remember. So, Lori, ATD said something. He was joking at first. I think he was joking. That's why, like, I can't tell if he's joking or not, because it's through text. But he was, I mean, through text in the chat. So he was saying that I was using him for money, because he was sending me super chats, and I guess he thought I said that I wouldn't ban him because he sends me money or something like that. And so he was like, well, you're using me for money. And me, assuming that was a joke, I went with it and I said, no, you're using me for content. You're using me for making videos, or something along those lines. Anyways, I don't really care either way. I have no idea what he's talking about. If he's serious, I have no idea what he's talking about. I'm pretty sure he's trolling me right now. And for all I know, you yourself, Lori, you yourself are just him on another account. Like, I have no idea who you are. I don't know who he is. I don't know who you are. All I know is that he was generously giving me super chats, and I was thanking him for super chats. That's all I know. And then now all of a sudden he's talking about, like, I'm using him and he's gonna report me because he's a minor or whatever. I don't know what he's on. But I don't know what he's on, but I don't care. So he's banned from the channel and he doesn't need to come back. And if he wants to come back and give me super chats again, that's fine. He can make an alternate account and do that. But if he keeps acting up, then I'll delete the other. Then I'll just ban his other accounts too. He doesn't have to give me super chats. He doesn't have to come into my chat, and he doesn't have to talk to me, and he doesn't have to interact with me. I don't want someone. And I don't want someone like that in my chat anyway. Like, if you want to follow me around, like if I go to the mall and some little kid walks up to me and starts following me around and telling me that I'm a pedophile, I don't want that kid to follow me around. I want him to go away. So I don't really understand, like, what the deal is, what the issue is here. So I want to be left alone. That's what I'm saying. I want to be left alone. I don't care what's going on with him. If he wants to support the channel, I appreciate that. If he doesn't want to support the channel, that's fine. I don't care either way. But I'm not gonna have people come into my chat and say that I'm some kind of that I'm using them, and that they're gonna report me as okay, report me then. Report me for what? I don't know. Django Fat Clone says he didn't call you a pedophile. Well, yeah, he didn't call me that, but he said, well, I'm a minor and you're using me, and I'm gonna report you. That's what he said. So that's, I mean, for all intents and purposes, that's basically what he's trying to accuse me of. So I don't understand what his deal is or what's going on with him, and I don't really care. Like I said, I don't care. So he can go away. I'm not interested in dealing with that. Core says, sounds like he was expecting you to make a video for him because he's giving you some money. Well, I would understand that that's the case. However, he didn't say anything about a video. He didn't say anything. Like, he was asking me if I could make a grandpa petticoat video, and I said, maybe, let me check. And I'm perfectly willing to do that, but I had to ask him, like, who the hell is Grandpa Petticoat? I don't know who that is. I searched it on YouTube and I couldn't find whatever he was talking about, so I can't make a video about something if it's not even if it doesn't even appear. And if that's what he was expecting, well, then he should have made that clear. But he didn't do that, so I don't know if that was what he was expecting. I don't know. You know, my assumption is that he's trying to troll me. That was my assumption, and I'm not interested in playing with trolls. I don't have to play with trolls. I can block. I can time you out. I can ban you from the channel. I don't need to play with trolls. So, whatever. Bro, this upscale image thing is still not working. Unfortunately. What about 4K? Either way, you know, if he wants to take his super chats back, that's fine too. Just do a chargeback on your credit card. Do a chargeback on your credit card. Say you didn't mean to send those super chats, and then Kamakross says, I think his feelings were hurt and he was mad that he spent his chore money. Well, like I said, it's really simple. All you have to do is charge back on your credit card. That's really simple. Take your money back. Okay, I don't want your money. I don't want your money. Take it back. I can't refund you from my YouTube studio, so you get in contact with YouTube. Tell them you didn't mean to send the super chats that you sent, and you want it, and you want the money back, and leave it at that. Jefferson Sam says, Jar Jar, how much for Davy Jones vs. Grievous? For Davy Jones vs. Grievous, well, I'd have to rewatch Pirates of the Caribbean to see what scenes I could use. But I imagine Davy Jones vs. Grievous, like I said, I'd have to... Davy Jones... I haven't seen Pirates of the Caribbean in a while. Jefferson, Storm Jedi says, hello there, yo, what's going on? Premium Dalek says, your swords, please. We don't want to make a mess of things in front of the Chancellor.
All your deeds laid bare.
I'll take my chances, sir.
To the depths.
The afterlife be any different? I offer you a
I will serve.
I will serve. Grunt Dog 27 says, Jar Jar, who are you voting for? I don't plan on voting this cycle. Probably not ever again, actually. I don't really think, like, when it comes to politics, I don't really think the system works the way most people think it does. I was more naive back then, and I thought that, like, voting actually mattered, but when I learned that a lot of the same, like, international corporations fund politicians' campaigns on the Republican side and the Democrat side, as well as, like, independents, I began to realize that the same people pretty much have control over the country, regardless of which side you vote for. And so, me personally, I don't think that voting means anything. I don't think it matters. I think there are a lot... That's why politicians are famous for never getting anything done. Django Fat Clone says, I don't think the system works. This is like the Anakin and Padme scene. They sit down. Well, we need a system where everyone sits down and they agree on what the right thing to do is and just do it. And Padme says, that's just what we do, but the trouble is people don't always agree. Well, and Anakin's like, well, then they should be made to. By who? Who's gonna make them? You? No, someone wise. She's like, I don't know. Sounds awfully like a lot like a dictatorship to me. And then Anakin's like, well, if it works. If it works. You're making fun of me. No, I'm much too frightened to tease a senator. No, not the Kraken!
Nice sword.
But yeah, that's basically what I have to say about that, about voting. I'm not gonna vote. I'm not going to vote because I don't think it matters who you vote for. You can vote for anyone you want. Like, if you vote for a Democrat, well, congratulations. The Democratic National Party is probably sponsored by Google and other multinational billion-dollar corporations. If you vote for a Republican, congratulations. Like, it's the exact same thing is true. Extremely powerful and rich people own both sides of the aisle. So, like, every single Democrat that talks about, like, oh, we're gonna take from the rich and give to the poor, not gonna happen. And the reason why it's not gonna happen is because the very people that get those people their campaign are the rich people. They're huge corporations, have a lot of money to throw around. And you could say, well, politicians are limited in the contributions that they can receive from certain companies. But what you don't understand is that a lot of companies split up into different companies, into shell companies, and they all work together to vote, to, you know, to donate to campaigns and stuff, so. Grunt Dog says, I meant Bluey or Count. Oh, yes, Bluey or Count Dooku, yeah. Who are you voting for? Well, my answer is actually still the same. I'm not voting for either one because this poll is for the people to decide. It's for the people to decide. But also you have to remember that Jar Jar Studios Plus, at the end of it, is still like a dictatorship. It's still like a dictatorship, so your vote will be taken into consideration, but it's not a guarantee that that's what's going to happen. You know, I may start to end up like editing the Count Dooku vs. Bluey video, and I get like halfway through it and I realize it'll be easier to edit Count Dooku losing, then maybe I'll just edit Count Dooku losing. Or if it's easier to edit Bluey losing, well then maybe I'll just edit Bluey losing. Or maybe Count Dooku can escape. Maybe he can escape.
Oh, that came.
Now, thing is, with the Davy Jones scenes, it might be extremely difficult to edit some of these scenes. Davy Jones doesn't fire any pistols. He only swings his sword around. So, Davy Jones vs. General Grievous would probably be on the more expensive side of a video, because it would be very difficult to green screen him fighting General Grievous. Now, if you wanted a different style of video, like if there was a pretty good video that you think you could make, or if there was a pretty good video that you think I could make with Davy Jones from one of his other like speaking scenes, perhaps, like maybe a scene where he's in the Jedi Council talking to other Jedi. But I'm not familiar with all of Davy Jones' monologues, so I don't know if I would be able to edit a scene where he's like in the Jedi Council chambers talking to the different Jedi. Again, like I said, I'd have to rewatch the Pirates of the Caribbean movies before I could decide that. Monkey Man Gorilla Butt, what's going on? How you doing? Okay, I just realized it's really late. It's really late. I need to go to bed so that I can wake up refreshed and ready to continue to edit this. Anyway, alright, let's get this show on the road. Volume, volume, volume. We would be hype. Okay, today, very good day today. Big thank you to Alex Cross for the huge super chat. I appreciate it very much. Alex Cross, you are a legend. The legend of Jar Jar Studios Plus. Well, him, Lurdman Alkeener, and Super Count Dooku, they've all been contributing greatly, and I appreciate it very much. So, big thank you to you guys. You guys are amazing. And thank you all for watching. Thank you to our moderator, Nathan Outdoors. To our regular viewers, like Django Fett Clone, Inquisitor223, I see you around. Even though you weren't here earlier, but I do see you often enough. Spirit Halloween Hangout with King Neo, Jefferson Sam, Darth Plagueis. I think I seen you yesterday too. Premium Daleks, Quarrer, it's Xander. Thank you all for being here today. Hope you all have a nice night. And hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Adios.